How are you? You doing all right, brother?
Good to see you. You hanging in there?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Couple more days.
Are you here all day?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll see you a little bit
So,
later.
I'm doing the North Portico for Biden arrival. North Portico for Biden arrival.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll be up there. I'm here all freaking day.
Cool, brother. I'll see you
Where's
tomorrow.
Mills?
Huh?
Where's your buddy Mills?
He's with Biden. He's coming with a pool.
Coming over? Oh, got it. Cool. Good seeing you.
Nice to see you, Luke. Door's not even open. So we got plenty of time.
Copy that.
Hey, buddy.
Can you take a picture of me as well? Yeah.
I'm gonna pull my cables out of the mixer to both feeds, right?
You want me to scoot it out?
Alex, do you know what time you're supposed to walk up to it?
8 a.m. It's already scheduled for 8:03? How do you know that? Right. But it was on the schedule for 8.
We're on the TV. Hey!
low on with the dim light.
I was gonna go up.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's upside down. It's just down. It's just go over.
I'll go with it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you very much. However, I don't know. The Marines are stepped out.
Oh my God!
Besides that,
But those two Marines are going to go open the doors for us. So when they start moving, it's imminent. So I don't know about this guy.
Like it, man. Fire it up.
Oh, here we go. There are two Marines inside. I'm my mistake. Don't worry about those two. There are two inside. See it?
Oh yeah, I see.
Sit down now. Oh, good grief.
you.
This is a great honor, the honor of a lifetime. The greatest people in the world, the greatest home in the world, I call it a home. We've had an amazing 4 years. We've accomplished a lot. We love the American people, and again, it has been something very special. And I just want to say goodbye, but hopefully it's not a long-term goodbye. We'll see each other again. Thank you all very much.
Mr. President, do you have any regrets about your presidency?
You're not going to go to the
Mr. President, you leave this election fair and square. You call your supporters.
Wait, you thought you were going to have all of it?
So it looks like
decían que más bien como se va a llamar eso de la warehouse. Pero yo no tengo nada. Trying to run over there and get some of that.
talk when you walk.
Gloria, how's it gonna go down? Will you meet him on the main line? Or will you catch him on the rebound? Or will you marry for the money? Take a lover in the afternoon. Feel your innocence slipping away. Don't believe it's coming back soon. And you really don't remember. Was it something that he said? Oh, the voices in your head. Calling Gloria. Gloria, don't you think you're falling? If everybody wants you, why isn't anybody calling? You don't have to answer. Leave them hanging on the line. Calling Gloria. Gloria, I think they got your number. Gloria, I think they got the alias. Gloria, that you've been living under. Was it something that they said? All the voices in your head. Calling Gloria. Gloria,
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding
Ladies and gentlemen,
please welcome the President and First Lady of the United States, Donald J. Trump and Melania Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we love you, and I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. This has been an incredible 4 years. We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff and so many other people for being here. I want to thank you for your effort, your hard work. People have no idea how hard this family worked. They worked, and they worked for you. They could have had a much easier life, but they did a fantastic job. I just want to thank all of you, everyone. I want to thank Mark Meadows, who's here, someplace right there. I want to thank Mark. But it's been something very special. We've accomplished a lot. Our First Lady has been a woman of great grace and beauty and dignity. And so popular with the people, so popular with the people. In fact, honey, would you like to say a few words, please?
Being your First Lady was my greatest honor. Thank you for your love and your support. You will be in my thoughts and prayers. God bless you all. God bless your families. And God bless this beautiful nation. Thank you.
What else has to be said, right? But what we've done, that's true, honey, great job. What we've done has been amazing by any standard. We rebuilt the United States military. We created a new force called Space Force. That in itself would be a major achievement for a regular administration. We were not a regular administration. We took care of the vets, 91% approval rating. They've never had that before. The vets have given us, the VA, the vets have given us an approval rating like has never been before. We took care of our vets and our beautiful vets. They were very badly treated before we came along. And as you know, we get them great service, and we pick up the bill, and they can go out and they can see a doctor if they have to wait long periods of time. We got it so that we can sadly get rid of people that don't treat our vets properly. We didn't have any of those rights before when I came on, so our vets are happy, our people are happy, our military is thrilled. We also got tax cuts, the largest tax cut and reform in the history of our country by far. I hope they don't raise your taxes. But if they do, I told you so. And if you look at the regulations, which I consider the regulation cuts to be maybe even more important, that's why we have such good and have had such good job numbers. The job numbers have been absolutely incredible. When we started, had we not been hit by the pandemic, we would have had numbers that would never have been seen. Already our numbers are the best ever. If you look at what happened until February a year ago, Our numbers were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And even now, we really built it twice. We got hit. Nobody blames us for that. The whole world got hit, and then we built it again. And now the stock market is actually substantially higher than it was at its higher point prior to the pandemic. So it's really, you could say we built it twice. And you're going to see incredible numbers start coming in if everything is sort of left alone. Be careful. Very complex. Be careful. But you're going to see some incredible things happening. And remember us when you see these things happening, if you would. Remember us, because I'm looking at elements of our economy that are set to be a rocket ship up. It's a rocket ship up. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. And as bad as the pandemic was, we were hit so hard, just like the entire world was hit so hard. Places that thought they got away with it didn't get away with it. They're suffering right now. We did something that is really considered a medical miracle. They're calling it a miracle, and that was the vaccine. We got the vaccine developed in 9 months instead of 9 years or 5 years or 10 years or a long time. It was supposed to take a long time, many, many years to develop a vaccine. We have 2 out. We have another one coming almost immediately, and it really is a great achievement. So you should start to see really good numbers over the next few months. I think you're going to see those numbers really skyrocket downward. And I can only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. And we had a lot of obstacles, and we went through the obstacles, and we just got 75 million votes, and that's a record in the history of sitting presidents. That's an all-time record by a lot, by many millions. In the history of sitting presidents, it's been really just an honor. One of the things we're very, very proud of is the selection of almost 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That's a very big number. That's a record-setting number. And so we've done a lot, and there's still things to do. The first thing we have to do is pay our respects and our love to the incredible people and families who suffered so gravely from the China virus. It's a horrible thing that was put onto the world. We all know where it came from, but it's a horrible, horrible thing. So be very careful. Be very, very careful. But we want to pay great love to all of the people that have suffered, including families who have suffered so gravely. So with that, I just want to say you are amazing people. This is a great, great country. It is my greatest honor and privilege to have been your president. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better. I wish the new administration great luck and great success. I think they'll have great success. They have the foundation to do something really spectacular. And again, we put it in a position like it's never been before, despite the worst plague to hit since, I guess you'd say 1917, over 100 years ago. And despite that,
Despite that, the things that we've done have been just incredible, and I couldn't have done it without you. So just a goodbye. We love you. We will be back in some form. And again, I want to just, in leaving, I want to thank our Vice President, Mike Pence, and Karen. I want to thank Congress, because we really worked well with Congress, at least certain elements of Congress. But we really did. We've gotten so much done that nobody thought would be possible. But I do want to thank Congress. And I want to thank all of the great people of Washington, D.C., all of the people that we worked with to put this miracle together. So have a good life. We will see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to
now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got, if not himself? Then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Yes, it was my way.
So Jack, quick question. In my life, I can show you what my limitations are. If I'm not live, okay. So if I pan to the left, this is, so my only window is this.
In all political preferences, for we are all sons and daughters of God, and we all need to say thank you to the God that has been so, so good to us and our country. And we also need to rely on God's help, on God's encouragement, and God's mercy. And so we pray. Lord Jesus, you came to reconcile us to one another and to the Father. Lord, have mercy. Lord Jesus, you heal the wounds of sin and division. Christ, have mercy. Lord Jesus, you intercede for us with your Father. Lord, have mercy. May Almighty God have mercy on us, forgive us our sin, and bring us to everlasting life. Amen. Let us pray. O God, to whom every human power is grant your servants Joseph
celebrate the idea that we're moving toward everything we have been, which is one more perfect union. So I think this is a moment when we really project in a unique way what democracy is all about, what transition is all about. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 million people will watch the inauguration. Democracy moves forward, and we've been doing this for a long time. We're doing it really well, and it's really important.
On March 4th, 1793, Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address, while many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath. The current custom dictates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administers the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural at 8,445 words on March 4, 1841. John Adams' which totaled 2,380 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take. Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said, "Thou toward nothing, carry all with promise and the right that God gives us to seek. Let us strive among the vengeance work we are in, to bind up the nations, and care for them who shall have won the battle, and for the widow and the orphan, and do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt vowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country."
We're going on our way over here.
CEO of America. Thank you for giving us this. I was going to say that you know, Greg, not to the people, was one thing where you were focused, when you were coming to the church. I primary goal during my novel work was to keep peace and honor human rights. The most exciting when I did it, and I wanted to take the water on Pennsylvania Avenue with my family. The place I always because of the I have the country right here. Back during my administration, we did not start a single city. We did not start a single town. We did not start a single city. But we had administration without the world. I hope we can find the hair for about the same role that I had competed in peace, honoring human rights. Just like when I was in Norway, throughout Uganda and Nation Leader. I think the only town can do that. They avoid it early for all of us.
A lot of times in the front, some of the things happen so quickly, when you're under intense pressure all the time, it's hard to unpack it all, whether you were exactly or you were that day. I went up there, we went to an early morning church service. Then Hillary Chelsea and I went to the White House and we did as is the custom by President Administration. I knew how hard it was because he loved doing program. And anyway, I thought it was good for him. And he said, we think to economic and social policies. We had a tough time. And Republicans was, like them, I like them, but they were so gracious. And I remember Laura Bush coming to Chelsea for the good job she's done in the campaign. And Chelsea said, well, thank you, I tried. Laura Bush, it was such a nice thing to say to a young girl. On the way down, there was a shop behind her. And they were by and large really receptive to him. They were very warm to him. Glad to read, glad to hear him. We wish could happen in American Hall. We did that and they went to an operation and I got to walk out of the bed of the Capitol, where they announced you and you walk out. And I remember just looking around there, seeing some big friends, including John Lewis and me. I remember how much I got brought in my hand to do home. Told me to get up. I had worked very hard right at the last minute of my honorable speech. We were about to take a different turn, economically, socially, and to some extent, we had built a new world after the Cold War. So I wanted to remind people to know that I heard them, to know that I thought everybody deserved to see it today, and everybody deserved a chance. And I wanted them to understand that I did not look at all these changes in the world as frightening, but they were there to be involved for us. So profound and powerful forces are shaping absolutely happen. There are always people observing the rules. On this election day, this side was fortunate enough to get more votes. Our spoke more clearly to the needs of the American people. But the country itself matters. The system itself matters. There's so much better together than tonight. And we believe for all our differences what we have in common is important. In the whole human history, many established democracies have tried to fail. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying, we will take office tonight, but we're the last in the long run, and we believe what we're going to handle us. And the reason is we abide by the Constitution. We believe in the Bill of Rights. I think they're an exciting people. He represents upright, working class, down to earth, accepting, forward-looking. Now, she represents the three step forward. And they have a lot in common.
It seems to be a loud one.
After he's fired, do you see up there the two rows of soldiers right next to it?
Yeah.
See the back row of soldiers, there's a fern outside of them, right? Right above that, he's getting his face in. Oh, wow.
That's way outside the box.
But there's a fundamental difference between being a deliverer and being someone who acts as a president of the States. I think the inaugural address is very important because first of all, the American people to hear a revolutionary president. They have seen a candidate in debates and seen news conferences, but they haven't seen the new person and the sworn in president speak to the nation. So the inaugural address is very important, sets the tone. It's the beginning of an insight into how this person will conduct himself as president. America has us is compassion, and it's very important address. It's one I spend a lot of time on. Obviously, working on the delivery process to make sure the power delivery address is something that we're concerned about. My first inauguration was interesting in that I thought about my parents who were seated back in line. Moment of course, all learned that girls came back and that was just very special. But the presence of my family was important. President Carter, President Bush. You know, essentially, I don't think we actually realize the magnitude of the moment and the decision of our the second inauguration, and then obviously had that experience, but you had never experienced it. And I remember seeing my friends in the crowd, and I was able to take them back to their home. Yeah, it is a stressed out. See it a long way. It was a much different feeling. It was giving me satisfaction to people in the country. Second opportunity to serve. And so the second inauguration had a much different feel first. When President Obama got sworn in, it was a feeling of relief. I was ready to go home. I had served my 8 years. Laura and I were looking forward to returning to Texas. It was interesting to observe the arrival of a new president, someone who didn't really go through in many ways that which I had just done. The excitement of the new presidency is palpable, but it was, of course, I came back for President Trump's inauguration. It was once again a transfer of power in a peaceful way. This is the inauguration where I had a little trouble putting a car show on, which created a fair amount of tension. I think my mother had trouble putting a car show on, so I like my son. This job we're going to have is an unusual inauguration. My message to the new president, vice president, is congratulations. You're entering into a very solemn period in your life, and may God bless you. Thank you, lady, for escorting us. Jack?
Seeing Don Lewis on the stage that day. Somebody who had been a lifelong hero. Who led the march in the West Bridge, almost died for his convictions. I told him to be hugged. Now I'm here because of you. This day is yours. I thought it was important to be as clear-eyed and honest as the American people as possible about the size and scope of the challenges that we face.
Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. But know this, America, they will be met.
This was not about me. This was about all the people who were faith in this. And that's what I was thinking about. Most of I want also to work with the faith. It would take some time and effort to meet those challenges. But I wanted them to know that we would. Together we can move this country forward and off in better shape. I loved the parade. Admittedly, it was cold that day, so I felt over all these folks who come from every state and union. When you see the pride that they had, folks representing NASA and astronauts, and Tuskegee Airmen and others, first cargo ball, that was pretty special. The show was spectacular. Beyonce sang at last, as only she could do. I was moved by the sight of President Mrs. Bush climbing the stairs at Green One, turning away one last time, because that was a powerful symbol of a peaceful transfer of power. You run your regular race and then pass on the baton. They could not have been more gracious in months leading up to my inauguration. And seeing them, it was also a reminder for me that, I was going to be a temporary occupant in the Oval Office. And that's a humbling, it's a useful moment. The peaceful transfer of power, that's the hallmark of our democracy. We set an example. In other nations, could have looked to for hundreds of years. In times of war, in times of turmoil, even in a pandemic, America is an idea that endures. No matter who's the chosen to lead it for a given time. It's fine. I could not be prouder of my brother Joe Biden, who served as vice president as well as any vice president ever has. He knows his way around the White House. He knows the issues. He has a heart that is huge and cares about all Americans, including those who are voting for him. He's putting a great team together. And Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is going to be an extraordinary partner, not contestant, because she is breaking down barriers, because she's a very experienced officer. We are going to have to be determined to overcome the big challenges that we face right now. And nobody understands that better than President Biden, who's walking into a series of challenges.
the important thing that might come out the right door. Yeah. I'll keep an eye. Say left, middle, and right. should be both coming out of the.
Yeah, that's where they went in. Coming up this little ramp there.
Get us up there.
Okay, great.
How far out? Just leaving out. Okay.
It's upstairs.
So I'm grabbing FLD, detail leader, lead, right. Who's that, playmaker?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President's own United States Marine Band will now present the world premieres of 3 new fanfares written by American composers in honor of the 59th inaugural ceremonies. Fanfare for Democracy by James Stevenson, Fanfare Politia by Kimberly Archer, and Fanfare for Tomorrow by Peter Boyer. President-elect's cabinet members and agency designees. Their Excellencies, the Bilateral Chiefs of Mission, joined by Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Salam Sabah. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention toward the inaugural platform. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley.
Just kind of going down memory lane. A lot of the old races.
Yeah.
and gentlemen, leadership of the United States House of Representatives, Republican Whip the Honorable Stephen Scalise, and Majority Whip the Honorable James E. Clyburn. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership of the United States Senate, President Pro Tempore Emeritus, the Honorable Patrick Leahy and Mrs. Marshall Leahy, Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Thune and Mrs. Kimberly Thune, Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer and Mrs. Irish Wineshaw Schumer, and President Pro Tempore of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Grassley and Mrs. Jennifer Hines.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be cold.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice President, the Honorable Dan Quayle. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, and the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
You again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of Vice President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II and Ashley Blazer Biden, also the grandchildren of the President-elect.
I know. But we got cut off.
Special. I'm Kristen Myers here with Adam Shapiro, and we look forward to taking you through this exciting and unique 59th inauguration of Joseph Biden as the 46th President of the United States, and the historic oath of Kamala Harris as the first woman of color Vice President. We will be with you for the next 3 hours and have many guests and experts here with us to break down this historic day.
Kristen, it's not only historic.
Democrats nominate me, I believe we can beat Donald Trump.
For many political watchers, Biden's decisive win in South Carolina's primary back in February 2020 was the turning point in the race to secure the Democratic nomination. That win was fueled by the powerful endorsement of House Majority Whip, longtime South Carolina Congressman James Clyburn. And in the days and weeks that would follow, the remaining Democratic candidates, Senators Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, and businessman Andrew Yang, threw their support behind Joe Biden and a unified Democratic Party. Campaigning during the summer of 2020 was overshadowed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the waves of protests calling for social justice in the wake of George Floyd, and the economic crisis leaving millions unemployed, with many facing food insecurity for the first time. But in August, Biden announced that Senator Kamala Harris would join his ticket, a historically significant choice, making her the first Black and South Asian vice president-elect. The prospect of a Biden-Harris ticket served to energize the Democratic base, and on August 20th, at a socially distanced Democratic National Convention, Biden and Harris officially accepted the Democratic nomination for president. Biden sparred with President Trump during 2 debates that addressed the coronavirus pandemic, the economy, and social injustice.
Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
We handed him a booming economy. He blew it. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
But you were there just a short time ago, and you guys did nothing.
Those debates took place as people began to cast their votes in record numbers, some in person and others with mail-in ballots. But election night would come and go with no clear winner. But on November 7th, 2020, the race was called for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, fueled by successful grassroots campaigns in key battleground states of Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Georgia.
I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify, who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States.
Despite numerous challenges from the Trump campaign and unsupported claims of voter fraud, all 50 states and the District of Columbia certified the presidential election results. Designated electors officially cast their votes, and Congress confirmed Joe Biden's victory just hours after a pro-Trump mob stormed the U.S. Capitol. Over the next few hours, America and the world will watch as Joseph R. Biden Jr. is sworn in as the 46th President of the United States, and Kamala Harris makes history as his vice president.
And as we take a live look of Vice President Pence at the inauguration on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, he has arrived. He is joining previous presidents, including Barack Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama. The Clintons are there, as well as the Bushes. In fact, earlier today, Kristen, we heard from Barack Obama, who tweeted, "Congratulations to my friend, President Joe Biden. This is your time." And when you talk about the timeline of events today will go as such. We're going to see Vice President-elect Kamala Harris sworn in by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Then President-elect Biden will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts. The president then will deliver an inaugural address. There will be a pass and review with members of the military, a wreath-laying ceremony later today at Arlington National Cemetery, and then the presidential escort from 15th Street to the White House, which will be a virtual parade across America, followed by Celebrating America, a primetime special. And I'm curious, Kristen, I've witnessed an actual inauguration. I was on the parade route on Pennsylvania Avenue just 4 years ago for a different inauguration. But I see all of this through the eyes of somebody. These eyes opened way back when Richard Nixon was first president. I'm curious how someone like you views what's happening today.
You know, it's a really interesting moment. I think as a woman, as a Black woman, and as a millennial, you know, myself and other folks of my age or even younger, I think really remember President Obama as being the first one to really get us involved or interested in politics. And I think that our you know introduction into politics also had this racial tension, this racial element as a part of it, which we saw happen a lot throughout the last 4 years. And you know, in the run up to this election, I think that young voters were absolutely pivotal and critical, especially young Black voters, in the run up to the election of Joseph Biden as the next president, using tweets and memes and Instagram to really motivate and galvanize the base, especially after we saw the murder of George Floyd, the murder of Breonna Taylor. I think in this moment of time that young voters, Black voters especially, were really excited and motivated for some sort of change, and we're more motivated than ever to actually get out there and do something about it. So it's been a really interesting moment for myself, for my friends, for my family, and other folks that I know. Now, we've been talking about what. Yeah, absolutely. And unusual and completely unusual, because we're seeing the live images right now. This is one of the more sparsely attended inaugurations. I don't know what it was like when you were there last. I've been to a couple events in the Capitol, and I don't think I've ever seen DC quite so empty. I've had friends texting me images. It seems like the only people inside the Capitol right now, only people inside Washington, DC, other than the politicians that are attending the inauguration, are all the troops that are there right now. But I actually want to get a little bit more color on what's happening on the ground in DC. We have Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith here with us to let us know what's happening in DC right now. And Jess, I'm hoping you can give us a little bit of an overview of what we're kind of seeing in some of those images and those pictures.
Yeah, Kristen, this is just such a different inauguration than anything we have ever seen before. Typically, you have the National Mall packed with hundreds of thousands, potentially, of people, all of those people there to watch this peaceful transfer of power. But this year, you have the National Mall filled with flags. You have just about 1,000 people actually attending the swearing-in ceremony. Everyone's socially distanced. It's so different because of both the pandemic and the increased security that we are seeing all across the district because of that attack on the Capitol that happened just 2 weeks ago. We've seen members of Congress, there are former presidents, former members of Congress, all at the Capitol today watching this ceremony. And it was really striking to see the president-elect walk up those stairs in the Capitol, the very stairs that just 2 weeks ago all of those people, those pro-Trump rioters, stormed the Capitol there. So I think that really sends a message about moving forward and trying to move past this, as they did try to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. We also saw Eugene Goodman, who was that Capitol police officer who led that mob away from the Senate chamber all by himself during that riot. We saw him escort Vice President-elect Kamala Harris as she was walking up those steps into the Capitol. We've also heard from people like former House Speaker Paul Ryan. He said to reporters there that the institutions have been tested over the past year, and he said he was there to honor the process. Of course, one person who is not there is the outgoing president. President Trump it looks like he just landed in Florida. He left D.C. this morning, making him the first president in more than 150 years who did not attend the next president's inauguration. He did speak briefly this morning and kind of signaled what we might hear from him over the next few years, saying we'll be back in some form. He never mentioned the Biden administration by name, but we did hear from him there just as he was taking off, getting out of town before all of this got started. But when President-elect Biden, he'll be President Biden, makes his inaugural address, he is going to call for unity. He's going to focus on uniting the country, which, of course, will be a huge challenge in a time when both politicians and the country are so divided.
Jessica, thank you. And we do have a live picture for you as Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is now arriving at the Capitol. She has been there, but is now walking out to where she will be sworn in by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. This is an historic moment, but it started way back in April of 2019 when Joe Biden said at his announcement he was running for president, the core values of this nation our standing in the world, our very democracy, everything that has made America is at stake. Two people who understand the importance of what President-elect Biden was saying join us now to discuss what's going to happen next. And we invite into our stream Reggie Love, former White House official under President Barack Obama, as well as Ambassador Carolyn Curiel, former senior speechwriter for President Bill Clinton and the former ambassador to Belize. Let's start with you, Ambassador Curiel. And I just want to ask you, as we witness this moment, it is always history. But today in particular, what is standing out for you?
Well, first, I hope that, first, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to give my thoughts. Having been a professor of civic education, I really hope that young people are watching this, because this is a stupendous moment. It is probably the most consequential inaugural since FDR, 88 years ago, in 1933. The Depression had started in 1929, and his mission was to give hope to America, which was really struggling terribly in the Depression. And he was able to do so. He was bold. His biggest applause line in his speech was when he said that broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency was needed. Now that verges on authoritarianism, but that is how desperate people were then. And if you look at the challenges that this new president and vice president and their administration will face, it is at least as stupendous. 1 in 4 people during the Depression could not find work. That is at least the unemployment rate right now among our lowest paid workers, and probably close to that if you consider all those people who aren't even being counted anymore because they've given up looking for work. And so how do you bring joy to this situation? How do you make people feel good? I think that is the main mission ahead this moment, this day, for President Biden.
And Reggie, I want to bring you in here now to kind of comment and touch on what the ambassador was just hinting at. And just for everyone at home, we're seeing these live images as Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, coming down the steps, making their way onto the dais. But Reggie, you know, what the ambassador is just touching on, that this is a very important inauguration coming at a moment of crisis. We're in the midst of a pandemic. There's racial and political divisions that we have inside this country right now. As we saw on January 6th from the violent riots, we have a lot of folks in this country who feel like their vote did not matter and in fact was actually stolen from them. How does a President Biden even begin to govern under those circumstances and try to make the country whole and unified again?
Well, thank you for having me this morning. And I believe deeply that Ambassador Curiel got it right. I think a lot of this is really just around hope and confidence. How do you get people to believe that their voice does matter, that their voice was heard in this past election? And typically the only way you can do that is by being empathetic and being able to understand the perspectives of others. I think that Joe Biden historically has been someone who has worked across party lines throughout his entire career in the U.S. Senate and while vice president to President Obama in helping to pass so many different bipartisan legislations that were critical for the country. Everything from the Affordable Care Act, everything from the American Recovery Reinvestment Act that helped us lift the economy out of what was the Great Recession at the time. And so, yeah, I think his hands will be full. I think there are a lot of challenges that he has to overcome, but I think that President Biden will do everything that he can do, will work tirelessly, and he's been a civil servant his entire life and knows the importance of service. So,
Reggie, you were not only an advisor to President Obama, you were a friend. I mean, there's the story about you organizing the basketball game at the White House for his 50th birthday. And I bring that up because how important are people like you who surround the president, and in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris? Those people, how much influence do they have in the day-to-day discussion with the president and vice president?
I think there's a lot of influence, not necessarily traditional influence. I think the influence is really around, oftentimes you go into what is a very deep bubble, and sometimes it's hard to see what's going on in the world actually because of the security and because of the protocols. And like as you see today with this inauguration, there are hardly any people there, right? And so I got to come and go out of the White House every day, and oftentimes would be able to share insights with President Obama that he wouldn't be able to see himself, and oftentimes perspective that people might often be intimidated to give him. So I think it's important that there are strong, intelligent people around our leaders and able to be able to articulate those points of views and to share them, because ultimately he represents the people.
Ambassador, coming to you now, we're just seeing these first live shots of President-elect Joe Biden and his wife, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, coming down the steps. Our first look there as they're about to make their way outside and take that oath of office and also deliver that inaugural address. Ambassador, you were just talking about the importance of these inaugural speeches. I, too, was reading a lot of inaugural speeches over the last couple of days. President Biden will not be the first president to really give an address during a moment of crisis and during division. You know, Abraham Lincoln did it. You talked about FDR. I'm wondering, just as a speechwriter, how difficult and also important is it in just 30 minutes to try to speak truth to power, talk transparently about what we have going on in the country, but also craft a vision for what's coming next over the next 4 years?
So 30 minutes would be a very long inaugural address, and he certainly will not want to go that long. And in fact, one president went rather long in the cold without a coat and died of pneumonia a few weeks later. So this is a different time. It is a crisis that is the first that many Americans are experiencing of this magnitude. You mentioned Abraham Lincoln, who tried in his first inaugural address to hold the Union together, and of course was not successful. 7 states had already seceded. And so he went for counsel to a lot of his inner circle that you were just discussing. And William Seward, who would become his Secretary of State, offered him the draft of a line that, of course, being Lincoln and such a beautiful writer, he was able to take and buff and make his own, where he called upon people. He led into his closing for his address saying, "Those of you who oppose this government have not taken a sacred oath to destroy the government, but I have taken a sacred oath to defend it." And then he went on to tell people, we're not enemies, we're friends. And I call on all of you to look at the better angels of your nature, to get past the divisions that were just blowing apart the Union at that point. And it had great impact. Of course, it didn't stop the Civil War. And that led to his second inaugural, where shortly before he was assassinated, he said that there would be malice toward none. So it is incumbent on a president to set a tone. And I think we can count knowing Joe Biden and his nature. And I had the good fortune of spending an afternoon with him on the road when I was writing for President Clinton. His predecessors saw people as potential adversaries. Joe Biden sees people as potential friends and partners, and he will be asking the American people to partner with him. He will be telling them that there will be hard times. But the first thing he needs to do after he thanks the heroes on that dais with him, who showed up despite these horrible threats against their lives, he should thank everybody for that. He should thank the American people for choosing him and putting their confidence in him.
Right. Ambassador, I just have to stop you there. I want to thank Reggie Love, former White House official under President Barack Obama, and Ambassador Carolyn Curiel, former senior speechwriter for President Bill Clinton and the former ambassador to Belize, for joining us today. We want to go now to those live images. We have Senator Amy Klobuchar speaking now.
To cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say does that star-spangled banner yet wave on the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the City of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land. y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. 'Cause this land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far. But we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around.
Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life.
There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home. work as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live, our historic coverage of this moment in time. The 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, along with Vice President Kamala Harris, now greeting and shaking hands with the people who've witnessed this moment in history, along with all of us who have witnessed this. We should also say hello to the folks who are watching us with Yahoo Canada to witness this moment in the history of the United States. And as we recap what has happened here and then look forward, there have been very moving moments. There was the national anthem with Lady Gaga. There was J-Lo reciting it portions in Spanish when she declared justice for all. And Kristen, there was a moment in President Biden's speech where he was talking about unity. He referenced in the call for the racial equality to be deferred no longer, referencing 400 years, the 1619 Project. But he said, and this was one of the quotes, "Let's start afresh for all of us. Listen, see one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for war." There will be a lot of commentary about what the president has said, but I'm curious, Kristen, what are you taking from what we've just witnessed?
You know, as I was watching the entire, ceremony, I have to admit I was a little bit emotional. Not even about politics. I think for me, this is a lot about representation. To see Justice Sonia Sotomayor, a Hispanic woman, giving the oath of office to Vice President Kamala Harris, the first woman, the first Black woman, the first South Asian woman to hold office as Vice President, was, for me, I think, incredibly moving, incredibly emotional. And as you were highlighting, as expected, President Biden really hitting hard on how we need unity to move forward. He said in his speech, without unity, there is no peace, no progress, no nation, only a state of chaos. So a lot of calls there to really unify the country and move forward in order to be able to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the struggling economy that we have as a result of the pandemic over the course of, essentially a year. I want to get a little bit more reaction here. We have a panel now. We're joined now by Laura Belmonte, professor of history and dean of the Virginia Tech College of Liberal Arts and Human Sciences. We also have Yahoo Finance's editor-in-chief, Andy Serwer, here with us now. I want to go first to you, Professor. I know we have a market check coming in just a moment. I apologize for that, Adam. But I want to get some of your reactions about this moment in time that Vice President-elect, now Vice President Kamala Harris becoming the first female vice president, the first Black vice president. What does this moment in time mean in terms of the historical context of, the Black and brown community in politics?
I would echo your point about the moving importance of the representation here. Vice President Harris clad in purple, which is a color with resonance not only for the history of women's suffrage, but for African American women in particular. Having Lady Gaga, an icon for the LGBT community, having J-Lo sing "This Land Is Your Land," and it's impossible not to grasp the significance of that to Indigenous and brown and Black people in the Americas.
Andy, when President Biden was talking about unity and he said we can achieve this by opening our souls instead of hardening our hearts with tolerance and with humility, I was curious, as you were listening to the president, did he accomplish the goal of helping heal and unify?
Well, I think he's off to a good start, Adam, and I think that was a pretty powerful speech that he gave. I was also struck by the diversity on the podium, the way that Kristen was. And I also was struck by the message of hope that President Biden was conveying to America. And that's in stark contrast to 4 years ago, which is a paradox, because if you think about it, President Biden is offering a message for us to move forward. And he made no bones about the fact that we have these incredible challenges, the pandemic, the economy, climate change, et cetera. So he's offering a message of hope right now at a pretty dark time. Whereas you go back 4 years ago, and the message was completely different. We are in crisis. This is a terrible time. This is what President Trump was saying back then, when in fact, those were pretty good times. So I thought the contrast between what the president was saying, President Biden was saying today, and what President Trump was saying 4 years ago is striking. And of course, there was really no mention of President Trump at all. He wasn't there. We all know about the transition, which was sort of something that is unprecedented and not to be repeated, we hope. But the president does have his work cut out for him. There's no question about that.
Professor, you specialize in foreign relations, and there was actually a moment in his inaugural speech where President Biden actually spoke to, global and world leaders. I'm wondering what you think the reaction is going to be from leaders around the world to a President Biden, and if you think that any faith in the United States at all has been broken or badly damaged.
Oh, I absolutely think that America's international standing has taken quite a shellacking over the last 4 years. And I do think there is tremendous work to be done because there has been damage. We have just had an administration that has spent the last 4 years attacking the ideas of multilateralism that have undergirded America's role in the world for over a century, since the end of World War I. Pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, pulling out of the Iranian nuclear framework, pulling out of the World Health Organization at the height of a pandemic. The discourse used not only at home but abroad, in demeaning some of our closest allies, having Voice of America, which has been a respected source of news and a real tool of soft power for almost 80 years, be politicized. The damage is there, but I think that President Biden is going to do a lot to try to bring us back in a different direction. He's bringing on a very seasoned foreign policy team who are not going to need a steep learning curve to bring us back into the fold of nations. And I think he also sent a strong message to our adversaries. Democracy is fragile. Democracy is precious. Democracy has prevailed. And to our adversaries that have gloated in recent days about the display at the Capitol riot on January 6th, that's a strong message that don't think that we are weak. We may have some division that we seriously need to address, but we aren't going to surrender our position in the world.
Andy, we're both old enough to remember the stories of Tip O'Neill having a drink with Ronald Reagan, two people from opposite political spectrums. Do you think we're going to see that kind of bipartisan unity going forward?
Well, I think we all hope so. And I also remember George Mitchell and Bob Dole doing the same thing, having dinner once a week, Adam. I remember those days as well. And you saw some signs. I mean, we heard that Mitch McConnell attended the prayer session with President Biden before his inauguration. You saw George W. Bush there attending the inauguration. Mike Pence was quite prominent there. Roy Blunt, the Republican senator from Missouri, had a prominent role in this inauguration. There were numerous appeals by President Biden to both sides of the aisle to come together. Garth Brooks, who has a strong appeal to Republicans, was there as well. So I think this is going to be, we talked about this call for unity. And it's one thing to say that sort of to all Americans writ large, but where the rubber meets the road is in that Capitol. And it's going to be that relationship between Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell, minority leader of the Senate now, that will be absolutely critical because President Biden, while he has a majority in Congress, it is a very slim one, of course, particularly in the Senate. So I think Americans are looking towards the Capitol and the White House for leadership here when it comes to coming together. It's not going to be easy. I'm not anticipating smooth sailing, but if we can make some progress from where we are right now, I think that would be a great accomplishment.
Andy Serwer is our editor-in-chief. Laura Belmonte is Dean of the Virginia Tech College of Liberal Arts and Human Sciences, as well as Professor of History. Thank you both. It was Roy Blunt, by the way, who referred to what we witnessed as commonplace and miraculous. Someone who's also witnessed these events is Jessica Smith, and she's joining us from Washington, D.C. And just a little bit of useless trivia. Jessica and I first met 4 years ago at the last inauguration. We were both in the cold watching just off of the parade route. And I'm curious, as you're about to tell us what's coming next, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, what really strikes me is watching all of this play out, watching President Biden take the oath of office in the very place where just 2 weeks ago today, insurrectionists stormed the Capitol and tried to prevent this very moment from happening. So watching President Biden take the oath of office and acknowledge what happened 2 weeks ago was quite something. He noted that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile, but today he said democracy prevailed. And I think that was something that we heard from several other speakers today, just noting how much more precious perhaps this moment is for so many after seeing what happened last 2 weeks ago now at the Capitol. But today, now that this is out of the way, President Biden is going to get to work. He is getting ready to sign a series of executive orders later this evening, and several of them will be rolling back things that former President Trump put in place. He'll be reversing the travel ban on Muslim-majority countries. He'll be rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement. He's re-engaging with the World Health Organization. He's also going to take several steps to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, appointing a coordinator, someone whose sole job at reporting directly to him is to coordinate the response, getting out PPE and vaccines and testing. He's going to extend the pause on student loan payments and evictions. So he's going to take some steps to not only fight the virus, but also give some economic relief. Then we'll see several executive actions over the coming days, but those are some of the first ones that we expect this evening. We expect more than a dozen, according to his team, and then several more in the coming weeks. Adam and Kristen.
All right. Thanks so much, Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith, again, with giving us that overlay of all of the actions upcoming from President Biden. I want to get some more reactions now to that inaugural speech. We're joined now by Cody Keenan, former chief speechwriter for President Barack Obama. So, Cody, a lot of powerful moments in that speech. President Biden saying America has been tested and we've come out stronger. He said that we will repair our alliances to face today and tomorrow's challenges, calling for unity, and then also calling for us to fight together the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm wondering, just first from you, what your reactions were to President Biden's inaugural speech.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was blown away by it. I don't just think it met the moment. I think it's one of the better inaugural addresses in history. A great inaugural address really has to, we set these kind of high expectations for him, but it's usually based on the great lines we know. Ask not what your country can do for you. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Basically anything from Lincoln's second. But a great inaugural address really fits the moment, speaks to the time and place. And I think the president did that very, very well. Hats off to him and his speechwriters. As they build out their team, they should consider hiring Amanda Gorman to join them because she was outstanding. But few presidents have walked into a hand like this, have been dealt such a lousy hand, and there's so much to do. And there are a few presidents that meet the moment better than Joe Biden because of who he is and what he's been through in his life. I mean, this is somebody who's been dealt incredibly painful hands throughout his entire life, and he doesn't feel sorry for himself. You'll never hear him whisper you'll never hear a whisper of self-pity. He just gets up, does the work with optimism, and moves on. And, a line he said today echoed something he said yesterday: don't tell me things can't change. They can and they do. And that's really kind of the tone that he's set here. It's a story he's been writing his entire life. it's a story that America could use right now.
Cody, there was so much, I think, that moved so many people listening to the speech. But at the very beginning, when he said, "This is a great nation, we are good people," millions of Americans hold that dear in their hearts. And I'm curious, in the process of writing a speech, does the speechwriter, someone like you, capture the voice of a Joe Biden, or does Joe Biden actually write the speech with the speechwriter? Because you truly believe that is who this man is, a great nation, we are good people, when he says that.
Yeah, that is who he is. I mean, that's who Joe's been his entire life. There's really no varnish over Joe Biden. And, I know his chief speechwriter really well. One of his senior advisors who's been with him for decades worked on the speech too, but it's my understanding is Joe worked on it himself up through this morning. And the only way a real speechwriter presidential relationship works is if all the words are the president's, if he's directly involved in it, if he's leading the process, if he's in there working on it. That's what it is. You don't just write a speech and stick it into a prompter for somebody to read. Every word should have been meticulously and carefully poured over by the president. And in this case, it was.
Cody, I'm wondering if, and you've been touching on it a little bit, but if you can really contextualize a little bit more for us, President Biden's speech, especially after we had 4 years, and the president who was more prone to tweets than speeches, and even, the outgoing president's last speech, he riffed throughout the entire thing, went completely off script, ending it with "good luck, have a good life, I'll see you again soon." I'm wondering if you can really kind of contrast what we're seeing here, as this is essentially President Biden's first entree to us all as president with this speech.
Yeah, I mean, everything in this speech was a contrast to the last 4 years. I'll even go further and say everything over the past couple weeks has been a contrast to the past 4 years, because Joe Biden has had to step into this role that's basically been vacant for the past couple months over this transition. And over the past couple weeks, he's been laying out the detailed nuts and bolts of his plans. Last night he led a memorial service on the National Mall, which is, it's amazing to think about, but no national leader has done that until now. And it was an incredible moment of catharsis for everyone across the country who's lost somebody or just hasn't been able to hug anybody in months and needed some way to feel like they were part of a healing process. That's when we talk about tone. It's mocked a lot when somebody says, so-and-so had a new tone today, but that's the tone that Joe Biden sets as he's taking office. Tone is about more than words. It's about the way you carry yourself. It's about the people you hire in your administration. It's about the priorities you put in place. And he's been setting that tone now for the past couple months. So, in going forward, he'll continue to do that. I mean, kind of like I said earlier, this is a man who has been through deep traumas in his life. And we're in a moment of deep trauma right now. I mean, no president's walked into 400,000 dead Americans. We are approaching the height of the pandemic. The economy's in shambles. There's an ongoing cyber attack at all levels of the government. The transition was a mess. He's really walking into dark times here, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. But for him to stand up there with optimism, not a naive optimism, but a hard-earned optimism that he's built over a lifetime of struggle himself, I think is something that's really important and that people are going to take away from this.
All right, Cody Keenan, former chief speechwriter for President Barack Obama, thank you so much for joining us and giving us some of your thoughts. Now, with Trump gone, there are a lot of questions about the future of the Republican Party. We have J.C. Watts here with us. He's the chairman of the Black News Channel and former Republican congressman from Oklahoma. J.C., thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to throw to you the same question that we've been, asking everyone over the last several minutes. What are your thoughts on this inauguration day and also to that speech that we just heard from President Biden?
Christian, thanks for having me on. And regardless of who's being inaugurated or who's being sworn in, Republican or Democrat, inaugurals are special events. I've had the opportunity to sit in a front row seat in two different inaugurations, one a Republican and one a Democrat, in the special times. Senator Biden or President Biden now, I knew him as Senator Biden when I was in the when I was in the House, I knew him as Senator Biden from Delaware. And I think his speech, it was a good speech. I think it was a heartfelt speech. I think he meant every word that he said. That's who Joe Biden is. However, the difficulty now is going to be executing, and that's where the tough part comes in. However, I do think when I served with Joe Biden, no one ever accused him of not being a decent guy. There were senators that served during the time I was there: Joe Biden, Don Nichols, Senator Dole, who was the majority leader at the time. You know, Senator Dole got things done because he was trusted on both sides of the aisle. And I think President Biden brings that same trust, or I get the sense that Joe Biden that I knew, that I had dealings with, brings that same trust to the table. And I think, again, execution is going to be difficult, but he starts with a good foundation, and that foundation is trust.
Congressman Watts, can you help us understand when he talked about seeing each other not as adversaries, but neighbors, and you talk about trust? There are millions of Americans right now who don't believe that he was legitimately elected and reject the truth of this election. How does Joe Biden resonate with them? What did they hear today in this speech?
Well, you know, just because J.C. Watts disagrees with the news story doesn't make it fake news. Just because J.C. Watts disagrees with the facts doesn't make it, you know, false. And I think, you know, we put so much emphasis in our politics today on the left wing and the right wing that the poor bird is dying. And, you know, the fact is that regardless of who won, someone would have cried foul. But as we've seen over the last 2 months, there's nothing in the facts. There's nothing in the data. There's no evidence in the court cases. And there's been, you know, 60-something court cases filed, even at the Supreme Court, judges who were appointed by President Trump. There's been nothing that they've seen that would alarm us to widespread fraud or that the election was stolen. And so I think one of the challenges for President Biden is going to be having to lower the temperature. You know, there's been so much chaos and dysfunction and lying and you know, conspiracy theories over the last 4 years that, you know, President Biden's going to have to lower the temperature. But again, I think going back to the trust theme, I think he's got enough trust, I think, with Mitch McConnell and others, and the Republican and the Democrat side, that it will allow him to manage the left and the right wing and hopefully be successful in getting things done that will move our country forward.
You know, Congressman, you're talking a lot about trust, and I want to ask you about trust with the American voter and some of the promises that President Biden made on the campaign trail, particularly to Black voters. He said after he won the election that he had always had the backs of Black voters, and they've always had his back, and that he would now always have theirs. And I think it's a sentiment that really rang hollow with a lot of Black voters because they don't feel that a lot of things have changed for them under Republican or Democratic presidents, with Republican or Democratic politicians. How important is this moment right now, the next 2 years, the next 4 years, particularly to that voting bloc, really to keep those promises that were made in keeping that trust?
Well, one of the things we're doing at the Black News Channel, we're kind of, you know, monitoring the next 100 days to see those promises made, if they will be promises kept. And Kristen, you nailed it. You know, there's some conditions in every community, in poor neighborhoods, red, yellow, brown, black, and white. There are conditions that it really doesn't matter who's in the White House. Those conditions 4 years down the road, 8 years down the road, they don't change. And I think it's because we tend to use the same old models and trying to with the same problems, and we use models that don't work. And so I think we have to, I hope President Biden will be open to looking at new ways of dealing with old problems, because if you don't, if you're dealing with old problems the same old way, you're right, 4 years down the road, 8 years down the road, JC was saying in 2020 or 2021, when President Biden was sworn in, JC was saying, hey, my conditions hadn't changed. I'm making less money. I'm still, in poverty. I'm still below the poverty level. So if you're afraid to change the way we try to deal with many of our problems, get the same old results. And again, you look at it under President Obama, under President Bush, under President Clinton, hopefully under President Trump, under any of those presidents, if you were in poverty 16 years ago, you're still in poverty today.
Congressman J.C. Watts is chairman of the Black News Channel and a former Republican congressman from Oklahoma. Thank you for joining us here during the inauguration. It's all about policy, right? And to discuss that, let's bring into the stream two reporters. We have Tara Golshan, who is a HuffPost politics and policy reporter, as well as Andrew Romano, who is a Yahoo News correspondent. I want to start first with you, Tara. And we heard the president talk about so much we have to do all at once. So as the Biden administration rolls out its policy, we know immigration immediately on deck. What else is coming our way?
It seems the favorite phrase in the Capitol building right now is that we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. And it is very true. Last week, we saw that the Biden transition team rolled out their plan for COVID-19 relief and the economic relief. I think that is looming very, very large over this administration coming in. Of course, we saw all of their executive orders that they unveiled this morning, including a 100-day mask challenge. But a lot of this work is going to have to go through Congress. And so last week, they unveiled a proposal that would increase unemployment insurance benefits for jobless Americans and extend that through the fall. That would add an additional $1,400 to the direct payments to kind of even that out at $2,000 for Americans. That would put a lot of funding for education, for schools to reopen safely, for vaccine rollout, to extend the eviction moratorium. So all these things that will make some progress to make Americans whole as they struggle during the pandemic. Those are at the forefront of what the Biden administration is coming into power looking forward to doing.
Going to you now, Andrew, I'm a little bit curious your thoughts on something that we kind of picked up on a little bit with Congressman Watts, which is the future of the Republican Party and how it's going to interact with President Biden. I'm curious to know how you view Trumpism impacting the Republican Party and how that's going to impact the relationship with the new president.
It's a fascinating question. I mean, that's the big question for the GOP right now. Essentially, the party has been cleaved in two by Trump. As he leaves office, he takes with him a very loyal base. We see this in polls. The Republican base still approves of Trump, 80% or more. He threatens to start his own party. We saw a report in the Wall Street Journal about him discussing at least the idea of a patriot party of his own, a third party. And on Capitol Hill, you have people like Mitch McConnell, the leader of Senate Republicans, saying that Trump bears responsibility for the attack on the Capitol, saying behind the scenes that he thinks impeachment is a good idea because it will allow the party to move past Trump. But the question is how? How does the party get past Trump if he's still out there rallying his base, causing trouble? I think the question of his access to platforms is going to be really interesting in this regard. Obviously, he's been banned from Twitter. He doesn't have that megaphone. How much can he kind of hold hostage the party when he doesn't have the same sort of speakers, the same sort of access to people that he had before? I think that's going to be a big question for the GOP going forward, whether they can kind of break their ties with him and move forward. But he remains the most popular popular politician in the Republican Party, and that is going to present problems not just for the GOP as they try to navigate, but for Joe Biden as he tries to get through multi-trillion-dollar rescue and recovery packages through a Congress where he has to rely in large, at least in some measure, on Republican cooperation. So it is a really tricky puzzle, both for the GOP and for Biden going forward.
All right, I want to thank Tara Golshin, HuffPost politics and policy reporter, as well as Andrew Romano, Yahoo News correspondent, for joining us. Now, Andrew was actually just mentioning that it'll be a little bit interesting going forward about the outgoing President Trump and what he's going to do without Twitter. Well, we have a new tweet now from the new POTUS account, President Biden already tweeting. He said, quote, "There is no time to waste when it comes to tackling the crises we face. That's why today I'm heading to the Oval Office to get right to work delivering bold action and immediate relief for American families," already making use of that new Twitter account that he has at his disposal. Now, one of the crises that he's going to be facing is the coronavirus pandemic. So I want to talk about that next with our panel. It's loomed large over not just this inauguration, but also the start of Biden's presidency. We have Dr. Amish Adalja, senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, as well as Joe Grogan, former head of the U.S. Domestic Policy Council, joining us right now. For everyone at home, Joe is also the former White House COVID-19 task force member. Doctor, I want to start with you. You've said before that you want President Biden to take the handcuffs off the CDC. How optimistic are you now with this new administration going forward? And do you think that essentially the United States was hobbled in its coronavirus response because of the last administration?
I'm very optimistic because if you look at what President Biden has articulated and the importance he's given the pandemic, it really encompasses much of what we've been saying in this field for over a year now. All of the actions that needed to be taken are likely to be more likely to be taken now. We're also going to see much more leadership from the president, as well as a belief that science should guide this response and an ability to let the CDC, let the NIH speak directly to the public, where there's not so much of kind of massaging of the message to fit political aims, but a message that's really aimed at ending this pandemic as quick as possible. And I think we're already seeing that happen. And I do have a lot of optimism. But no matter who's in charge, we still have a tough road ahead of us because we're talking about a pandemic that is moving at lightning speed right now, a vaccine rollout process that is very flawed. And so it's going to be a challenge for anybody, even in the best circumstances.
You mentioned science in the way that we're going to have a new science advisor to the president, Eric Lander, but help us understand the promises that are being made. 100 million vaccinations within 100 days at a time that New York City says they have postponed second doses because they've run out of vaccination. How are we going to do 100 million in 100 days?
So that is a very ambitious goal, but we are nearing about 900,000 doses per day. So I think it is something that is achievable and realistic. Hopefully, in Operation Warp Speed, the part of it that was really a success was the manufacturing. Hopefully that manufacturing process will be able to catch up so second doses can be given at a regular time. And I think it's going to be something that we're going to have to kind of titrate to see how the vaccine rollout is going. But what you see from President Biden is a very articulated response, using FEMA, using the National Guard, mobile vaccination units, really trying to make this an all-out war effort where all hands are on deck. And I think we can do it. We can follow the example of countries like Israel and the United Arab Emirates that have done much better than us with vaccination. So this is something that can be achieved, and I think we should hold the president to this.
Joe, you understand policy. Can we do this? We can hold them to it, but will they achieve it?
Well, thanks for having me. I, too, believe that 100 million is doable. As you said, we're at 900,000 a day now. There is no question that there are bottlenecks and there were some screw-ups in developing the distribution plan, not because it didn't look good on a slide deck and didn't have enough centralized federal control. Actually, the opposite. There was too much federalized control, and we didn't use our private sector distribution channel enough and defer to them. I would hope that the Biden administration, while they're looking to get more vaccine into the arms of people who may be disconnected from the health system, will also call up the big distributors, McKesson, AmerisourceBergen, Cardinal, and the people that run our pharmacies, CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and say, how many vaccines could you take, would you even buy, and how many people could you get vaccinated? I think in many areas of the country, people would be more likely to get vaccinated and trust a pharmacist who may be their primary caregiver. Let's recall in parts of this country, they don't have regular access to doctors, and they would be more trusting these people than somebody showing up with the National Guard in camouflage with a needle in their arm and saying, we're from the government, we're here to help you. So I think 100 million is doable in 100 days. I don't think it is that much of a stretch, but let's not forget, you need 200 million more to get everyone vaccinated in the country. Now, is that the goal? We probably don't need 300 million to move beyond this epidemic, but you do need more than 100 million. We do 90 million a year with the flu every year. So getting to 100 million is not an impossible task, and it is achievable. And I am optimistic that they will hit that target, but they're going to need to adjust their plan as it gets unfolded into the real world.
Joe, when you say that there was actually too much federal control and involvement, I'm curious to know what you mean, just because I have spoken to doctor after doctor after doctor, a public health official after public health official for weeks now. And it seems as if the common refrain among them all is that, frankly, the rollout of the vaccine and as well as the testing for this virus has been largely left to states and local governments, which are already stretched thanks to the pandemic, already stretched financially because of the pandemic. So where do you see really as there being too much federal involvement when so many folks are saying, listen, we actually need to bring the full resources of the federal government to bear to really coordinate an effective coronavirus response and a vaccine rollout?
Well, setting aside the testing that you mentioned and just sticking strictly on the vaccine, remember the federal government bought every dose. And as your other guest mentioned, they did a great job in ramping up manufacturing and buying the vaccine doses in advance. But you could not get your hands on the vaccine without federal approval. So the federal government was approving where it was to be sent, what states were to get it. And I absolutely agree with you. They did not give enough money quickly enough to the states, nor did they give enough direction, except in certain instances where they gave too much direction, where states deferred to them too much and said, hey, listen, the CDC guidance says we can't give this vaccine to people that aren't in these categories, and we can't find enough people in these categories. There aren't enough people serving in medical settings who are willing to take the vaccine. So then vaccine sits on the shelf. This is the problem with central planning. People make decisions in the real world that upset your central plan. And the fact of the matter is, as I said before, we get 90 million people a year vaccinated for flu. So what they should have done is supplement the private sector channel with federal distribution in those areas where there wouldn't be access. But we can get vaccine to America's pharmacies, to America's commercial channel. I could go, you could go and go get vaccinated. We will have enough vaccine in the coming weeks for most people who want to go get vaccine, and more will be coming online. Johnson & Johnson will have a vaccine, I'm confident, relatively soon. I think there's a role for the AstraZeneca vaccine. They might need a little bit more data. And Pfizer and Moderna continue to ramp up. So the problem is not necessarily the federal government wasn't developing a plan. The plan didn't work. And that's what happens when you have a small group of people trying to mastermind a huge plan for the government, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. You have to recognize that when a plan gets unfolded in the real world, it is not going to work as planned.
All right, let's say thank you to Dr. Amish Adalja, Senior Scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. So Joe Grogan, former head of U.S. Domestic Policy Council. Very quickly, let's do a market check because the markets have been trading higher today. We have the inauguration. Clearly, this is the historic event. But as we take a look at market and see, the Dow is up almost a full percent, up 205 points. The S&P 500 is up 1.4%, up about 52 points. And the NASDAQ is 1.9%, more than 250 points. So that's where we stand on the markets. But again, we have been witnessing history. Starting at 11 a.m. when we first signed on here at Yahoo Finance, we've been bringing you live coverage of the inauguration of the 46th president, Joe Biden, and his vice president, Kamala Harris. It has been an historic moment. And part of what we heard during the president's inauguration speech was a call for unity. Here is what he said about putting his whole heart in.
Today, this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world.
You were just hearing President Biden in his inaugural speech calling for unity, but also laying out a plan and the priorities moving forward. I want to bring in Kal Penn now. He's the former associate director of the White House Office of Public Liaison. Kal, thanks for joining us. You know, the job of the Office of Public Liaison is essentially to help the White House engage with the public. I'm wondering how you imagine engagement going forward, especially after 4 years of a president that you did work with briefly, who was known essentially as the Twitter president.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's an amazing, uplifting, historic day. Look, in terms of public engagement, you've had a total lapse in the last 4 years, right? I'm not familiar with how President Trump ran that office. It doesn't seem like it was as staffed as the Obama-Biden public engagement office was. It seems that President Biden and Vice President Harris are sort of approaching that office in a similar manner that President Obama did, which is that proverbially every American should have a seat at the table, meaning that there's a point person in the executive branch for any issue or demographic group that might exist. So in my case, I was President Obama's point person for young Americans, also for Asian Americans and Pacific Islander communities, and for the arts community. So those were sort of my three jobs. And there was somebody who would cover rural issues, urban issues, Italian American issues. The list is almost endless, but those offices work really well when they work together, right? So when you don't just, for example, have your LGBT outreach person bring in LGBT folks for a meeting about that particular community, but they need to be at the table for a conversation about economic reform or healthcare or student loans. And I would imagine that especially if you paid attention to the president's speech today, it seems that that's the approach, right? It's a really unifying approach. It's not just a return to that sort of civility and decency, but the understanding that if our country is going to move forward, we're going to have to do it together.
So you're highlighting several groups that was your responsibility really to engage with. And I'm going to ask you a question that, Adam kind of threw to me earlier, which is the importance of the election of 2020 and now this inauguration as a younger person. I'm wondering how you imagine some of those communities, the younger communities, the Asian American communities, Pacific Islander communities, really interacting with this administration and with this presidency going forward, given the historic nature of the election and of this inauguration.
Yeah, it's an interesting question that I've thought a lot about. When we started, I joined the White House in June of 2009. And at that point, we weren't allowed to use any social media because between the Hatch Act and some of the Presidential Records Act, they hadn't yet sorted out what you can and can't do. Obviously, after the last 4 years, I feel like none of that even mattered. You can just sort of do what you want, and there's really no penalty. Not that I'm suggesting that President Biden and Vice President Harris should go down that road. It's a dangerous slope and not one that you want to set a precedent for. But it's interesting because when, my job was to reach out to young people, and I wasn't really allowed to use Twitter. I wasn't really allowed to use digital technology except for maybe video conferencing or the phone, or obviously getting out onto college campuses or community organizations. That's changed so much, right? We know that there's an opportunity for the White House to engage on multiple social media platforms, official and unofficial. There are conferences and gatherings that now, if there's ever a silver lining to the fact that we need to be socially distanced right now, it's that we're all used to working with Zoom and used to communicating remotely. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunity there. And then the real underscore there that the president mentioned, and I know Vice President Harris has mentioned before, is they, sounds almost cliche, but they can't do it themselves. So we saw this with Georgia, right? If everybody had just sort of said, okay, the election's over, we have President Biden and Vice President Harris, we wouldn't have won those 2 Senate seats in Georgia. But that didn't happen. You had all of these young people. You had these previously disengaged groups. I call them that because, usually you read about it in the media. It's like, will young people show up? Will Asian Americans show up? Will Black folks show up? And it's kind of an archaic question now. They will show up as long as campaigns invest the tools into these communities. And you saw them come out in huge numbers. So I'm actually really hopeful. Yeah.
Cal, how should the Biden administration, if it should, reach out to those media platforms, and I don't want to say news platforms, that are absolutely aligned at creating the animosity and the negative anger that perpetuates their ad dollars? You know who I'm talking about, and they're lining up to do that. So should the president even engage them?
I think it depends who you're talking about, right? It's such a funny thing when I look at you look at, let's be honest, cable news as a whole, I think, is designed to sell advertising space, right? So within the confines of that, sometimes you'll get a more salacious story as opposed to a story that's a little more middle of the road. I remember, for example, when we were working on the DREAM Act got very little traction in the news because it just wasn't sexy enough, right? But the DACA stories rightfully were covered, quite vociferously by the press because it just offered a kind of a sexier imagery. I'm hoping that the current administration can avoid some of those traps and pitfalls. And the reality is a lot of younger folks and a lot of newer voters or those communities don't necessarily get their news from fringe platforms, nor do they necessarily get their news from TV even. Ask anyone under the age of 25 how they get their news, and most of it is various social platforms. So I think you have a lot of really bright, digitally savvy staffers who can help figure that out.
Well, the fact that some of the predictions of calamity that you see on platforms like Parler among QAnon adherents, the fact that those don't come true, will that help open the minds of those people to the administration?
I don't know, and I don't know how fringe they are. I also don't know that the onus is on the administration to address those lies. I heard one of your guests earlier talking about, it's Biden's responsibility to turn down the temperature, and I sort of giggled to myself because it hasn't been Biden who's been yelling and screaming for the last 4 years. It's decidedly been the Republican Party. This is not just an issue of President Trump. It's an issue of the entire party. And some of them, thankfully, are starting to change the way that they talk about their fellow Americans a little bit since January 6th. I hope that continues. But I think in a lot of ways, it's going to require people on their side to sort of say, hey, we've been peddling this complete insanity. And maybe we need to dial that back a little bit in the interest of some of our shared goals as a country.
Cal, you're bringing up a lot of issues here that I would love to discuss further with our next panel. Kal Penn, former Associate Director, White House Office of Public Liaison. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's get into some of those issues that Cal was just highlighting. I want to bring on former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle and Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman now to the program. Senator, essentially, Cal was just mentioning that piece about it's President Biden's job to turn down the temperature and him laughing at that, essentially because he has to work with the Congress course, with members that have been the ones that have really been turning that temperature up. I'm wondering how you imagine President Biden working with some of those members inside of Congress, some of whom actually have already said that they're going to be planning on filing articles of impeachment against him. How does the new president work with a Congress that is filled with some of those members?
Well, I think you have to isolate the radicals. There isn't much you can do with somebody who would be that outlandish this soon, and it's very unfortunate. But there are a lot of Republicans that I think hold real promise. They know we've got to govern. I think one of the things that Joe Biden can do, and he's very good at doing it, is to include Republican leadership as decisions are made. Invite the leadership of Congress down to the White House, perhaps once a week on a Tuesday morning, talking about what they could accomplish together that week, in spite of whatever differences there may be. Invite them up to Camp David. Talk about what you want to accomplish for the coming year, and use that as sort of the beginning for whatever it is you're going to say you want to do for the country for that particular year. Do as much to include, to organize, to collaborate, to create that environment. Everyone has to turn down the temperature, and Joe Biden didn't create it, but he can help and he can contribute in doing as much as possible to alleviate it. And I think that's what he'll try to do.
Rick, what do you think of what Senator Daschle has said? I mean, would that include perhaps even inviting Ted Cruz to a one-on-one with the president?
Well, it makes me think of the Obama years, and when Republicans had control of either one or both houses for 6 of the 8 Obama years. I mean, Mitch McConnell said outright that his goal was basically to obstruct President Obama. So I would put that question to Senator Daschle. Do you see the Republicans basically just wanting to be obstructionists during Joe Biden's presidency as they were for most of Obama's, or do you think it will be different for some reason?
I think that remains to be seen. I don't think that the Republicans are any more unified today than they may have been over the course of the last several years. I think in some cases you're going to see a real willingness on the part of Republicans to write a new chapter. Mitch McConnell has started to put space between him and Donald Trump. I think he wants to do that institutionally. It'll be interesting to see over the course of the next couple of weeks what indication there is, what evidence there may be that he wants to accomplish something together with the Biden administration. You know, when you think about it, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, and Joe Biden have about a century of service in the United States Senate. That has to mean something. There has to be some opportunity there to create the kind of partnership necessary to begin to govern. Joe Biden laid out just an array of challenges this country is now facing. We don't have the luxury of ignoring them or fighting over them for the next 4 years. We've got to find ways to address them.
So I want to ask about some of those policy issues, but first, let's just get the impeachment trial out of the way. Do you think there is a chance the Senate could actually convict President Trump, and would that in some way align some Republicans more with Democrats in terms of legislative priorities that would come afterwards?
Well, you asked the question in a way that I think you could obviously answer in the affirmative. There is a chance. I'd say the odds probably are still unlikely, but I think Mitch McConnell's recent comments are an indication that they are giving it a great deal of thought. I don't think there's any question he's guilty. I don't think most objective observers would challenge that. The real question is there enough political courage on the part of 17 Republicans to address this issue head on and to put it behind us? I'm hopeful that is the case, but time will tell.
Senator, I'm wondering how you imagine, in terms of that alignment, a lot of folks have said the Democrats have really provided a safe space for some conservatives, for some Republicans inside their party. I'm wondering, and we've been talking about this a little bit throughout the program, how you imagine that the fractional nature of the Republican Party, particularly with this rise of Trumpism, impacting any kind of consensus that might be happening, particularly inside the Senate going forward.
I think consensus is always difficult to achieve. I served there for a number of years and leader for 10 years, and I can tell you that it doesn't come easy. It really does require a lot of work, a lot of effort. The problem we've had in recent years is more and more members of the Senate believe compromise is capitulation. Compromise is not capitulation. Compromise is the oxygen of democracy. We're going to have to see that compromise in evidence as we go through this very aggressive and ambitious agenda that Joe Biden intends to lay out. It's going to require participation. We don't need unanimity. We don't even need an overwhelming majority. We are going to need a consensus, and that is going to drive our success on achieving many of these very, very important goals.
Would it be to the president's advantage then to try and maneuver around Mitch McConnell via Mitt Romney or, say, Roy Blunt?
Well, I don't think you really have an opportunity to do that with any regularity. Obviously, he has to work with the leadership he's given. But all presidents attempt to, if I can use the term, pick off people in the opposite party. George W. Bush did it when I was leader on occasion, sometimes successfully. And that's just the democratic process with a small d. I think no president is precluded from making the effort. But by and large, as you talk about schedule, as you talk about the agenda, as you talk about the things you really need to do with the Congress, you have to be inclusive of Republican leadership, no matter how much they agree or disagree.
Senator, we have a pretty good idea what Biden's priorities are going to be during a first year. We know what the relief bill is going to be. There could be some student debt relief attached to that. Then we're probably going to get an infrastructure bill that includes a lot of green energy investing. And then after that, probably tax hikes and some spending programs. Where do you think Biden might have a chance at getting 10 Republican senators to go along so he can get a supermajority and that vote can get through without using reconciliation?
Well, that's a great question. I think in all of these cases, there are opportunities. I think it depends partly how he frames the issue, partly about how aggressively he goes after finding those 10. I think it's important to, we've talked about, I should say the Congress has talked about restoring earmarks. I happen to believe that earmarks are a very important tool for leadership, both on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. Using leadership opportunities like that, tools that give you more of a chance for senators and members of the House to buy in, to feel invested in a piece of legislation, can really dramatically augment your ability to get something done. I know there was abuse around earmarks. Those abuses need to be addressed. But I think it's a very important tool, not only for good governance. I think putting people in charge of decisions like this who are elected rather than appointed makes a lot of sense as long as there's transparency and full reporting. But I do think that from a leadership point of view, it could be a very important tool to get those 10 or 20 or whatever number is necessary to pass a good piece of legislation.
All right, former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, thank you so much for joining us. Also, thank you to Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman for talking through some of these policy initiatives. And on that point, I want to bring in Chris Lu now. He's the former Deputy Secretary of Labor under President Obama. And Chris, what we were just talking about, I'm hoping that you can pick up on, because Biden's economic agenda is pretty ambitious given the struggling nature of the economy right now and of the labor market to some degree. I'm wondering how difficult you think this task is going to be going forward, getting consensus among Republicans and Democrats, at least on this economic piece, as we've seen Republicans pretty reluctant, to support the economy through deficit spending 9 months to just pass the last stimulus package. How ambitious do you think it is to try to get another $2 trillion package through?
Well, I do think it is a challenge, but I think it's important to understand first that the task at hand is to get the virus under control, because unless this pandemic goes away, we can never truly stabilize the economy. So what we're really talking about right now is continuing to provide an economic lifeline to workers and businesses and state governments until things can get back to normal. So the package that was signed in December will only go until about March or so in terms of unemployment benefits. And I think even under the best circumstances in terms of vaccinations, we don't anticipate the country fully reopening at that point. So I think that you will get another round of economic relief in the way of unemployment benefits, perhaps another stimulus payment, money to states to get the vaccine stored and distributed. Beyond that, I think it's hard. This is a president who has promised to build back better, not just to restore the economy to where it was before the pandemic, but really to deal with some of these structural issues of income inequality. And to do that, it's going to require money. And as you've pointed out, Republicans now seem to be back on deficit reduction again.
So how would you advise the administration, one, to push through their stimulus plan, but also an infrastructure plan? We've waited more than the last administration for infrastructure. It's 8 years and counting. And how do you get that through when, as you just pointed out, Republicans have discovered that eventually it has to be paid for, when in the past they didn't seem to care, at least the last 4 years?
Ironically, I think infrastructure is something that could possibly get done. As we all know, Infrastructure Week has been a little bit of a running joke over the past 4 years. And the past administration, the Trump administration, never really put a viable proposal on the table. Let me tell you, as somebody who spent 12 years on Capitol Hill, members of both sides of the aisle like to spend money on roads and bridges because that creates good paying jobs. And to pick up on one of the points that Senator Daschle just said, if you bring back earmarks, that gives everyone a little skin in the game to try to get this done. But make no mistake, it's going to be expensive, and it's going to require Republicans acknowledging that in a period of time like this, deficit spending is important, that if we want to get this economy back to its full strength, the answer right now is not to go back to deficit reduction.
Are you similarly as optimistic in terms of moves to address racial wealth inequity? It's one of those lofty goals that the president has said that he wants to tackle. But we've heard president after president say that they want to tackle this problem, and it doesn't seem as if too much progress has been made in this area. What policy moves do you think can be made on this front?
You're 100% right. Whether the economy is good or the economy is bad, the unemployment rate for African Americans is always about twice as high as it is for white Americans. There's always, in terms of labor force participation, far more whites in the labor force. Far too many blacks have simply dropped out. So this is not just an easy thing you can solve with a across-the-board jobs program. It's going to require health care. It's going to require education. And really what is encouraging about what President Biden has talked about is trying to address this issue of racial equity. And it's been reported that one of his first executive orders that he's going to sign is to task all federal agencies with examining their programs to see what more can be done, because this is not as simple as just throwing money at a problem. It's going to require the entire weight of every single federal agency to examine every single thing that they do to see how you can start to address some of those systemic inequities.
Chris Lewis, former Deputy Secretary of Labor under President Obama, thank you for being here during our inauguration coverage. Markets are reacting to the inauguration as well as other issues today, with the S&P 500, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all in positive territory, all of them up about 1 or greater than 1%. Let's bring into the stream to discuss this Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman, along with Ed Mills, who is Raymond James Washington policy analyst. And Ed, I'm going to start with you. Are you hearing anything yet that would signal to you that, okay, we're going to do 1.9 trillion as President Biden is going to request?
I don't think there's anyone who thinks that we are going to do $1.9 trillion anytime soon. But I do think, Adam, the market is pricing in that more stimulus is inevitable, and that throughout this year, Washington is going to spend a lot of money. And so far, the signals from the Biden administration is that anything related to pay-fors or some of the negatives, those are going to come later. And so if we start off thinking more fiscal support's coming, we're going to have a strong partnership between Janet Yellen at the Treasury Secretary and Jay Powell at the Fed, in that some of the more negative aspects are going to be back-ended, in that this is an administration that is going to focus on economic recovery, that's really good news if you are a market participant. And it's not something that anyone that I'm talking to wants to get in front of and fight the Fed, fight the Treasury, fight this administration.
Ed, I'm wondering how long you think that markets are going to continue to positively react to this Democratic trifecta. Before that Senate runoff election, we kept hearing that markets would look at it positively if Republicans could somehow maintain a majority in the Senate. But we're in the midst of a pandemic right now, so it looks like markets are obviously considering that stimulus. Once we get past that, however, do you think that the calculation is going to change?
That's a important discussion, and I think when you kind of go down a layer, so the top line, more money being spent. The next layer is about how do we pay for things? What new regulation is coming down the pike? You look at some of the names that are being discussed for the SEC chairmanship, the director of the CFPB, the consumer agency, what's going to be on an antitrust agenda. Those things do take time, and as those headlines start coming into the market, you could see some volatility. You could see some weakness, but right now, people don't want to kind of get ahead of that, recognize that for the near to medium term, things are pretty positive from a market perspective. Once we get to a discussion of who pays for it, that's really where we could see a little bit of more volatility. And I don't know if those are going to be buying opportunities or not. We need to hear a little bit more from these regulatory agencies, especially as these key cabinet members go through their confirmation hearings.
Hey, Ed, it's Julie here. I want to pick up on that because whether you're talking about regulation or, in your words, how we're going to pay for it, if that is going to mean higher taxes, when has that meant a sustained decline in profits and or in markets? In other words, we always have this sort of chest thumping, fear mongering about higher taxes, the effect on corporations. We know a lot of corporations manage to pay less than their tax rate, even when taxes go up. But have we seen a sustained period in history where that has indeed been the reality, that it has been a sustained problem?
So, when we look at this, it really is the devils are in the details. We get a lot of headlines about the statutory rate in terms of if that goes up from 21% to 28%. I don't think there's a lot of folks that are going to lose a lot of sleep about that. That could impact earnings. But what's going to impact earnings more over the next several years is the economic response to a COVID recovery. What could be more impactful, and this is where we've highlighted it, especially for the technology sector, is a provision in the Biden plan that says if you are a company with more than $100 million in profits, there is going to be a new minimum tax rate of 15%. So some of these corporations who've done a good job of avoiding pay anywhere close to the statutory rate could see a very different tax structure if what is proposed gets implemented. So I'm not telling anyone to kind of make a lot of moves related to potential tax reform concerns just yet. But I do kind of always want to make sure folks understand some of the risk that is on the horizon. Being a Washington policy analyst is usually about telling you what are the risks that are coming down the pike. Right now, it's pretty positive, but we always have to be mindful of what comes next.
We're going to keep this conversation going. However, I do want to call everyone's attention to what we are seeing on screen in some of these live images. We have congressional leaders here presenting gifts to President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden right now.
And Ed, I'm going to jump back in and also bring up the idea that, when you look at history and you try to examine how stocks have done under different administrations, there was some research out from Brian Belsky over at BMO this morning, where he went back to 1932 and he said the S&P has averaged an annual gain of about 10.4% with a Democratic president and a 6.6% gain with the Republican president. And there's especially a divide in the first year of office where the Democrats really, where a Democratic presided market really outperforms that of a Republican one. How much are we to make of that? We love looking at these stats, right? But obviously, as someone famous once said, past performance does not predict future performance. So how much attention should we pay to that kind of a figure?
Yeah, I mean, is correlation causation? And what we did here at Raymond James is we looked even deeper and said, not just who's in the White House, but what is the makeup of Congress in the White House combined. Generally speaking, that's where you see markets respond pretty well to divided government. But it was remarkable that almost regardless of who was in the White House, who had control of Congress, on the whole, the market is up during the 4 years of almost every single presidency. So when I'm looking at kind of the Washington, D.C. risk to the market, I usually see it more in terms of asset allocation, seeing individual industries or individual companies that are coming under scrutiny, new regulation. What I told clients at Raymond James heading into the election, people on either side of the aisle who was very fearful of if this was the outcome, then this was going to happen. I told them to stick to their plan, that the market really wanted to have a clear election outcome. I think that's what we got, despite the inability to really get that certified and move on from a political perspective, but the market had moved on. And so DC is important. DC sets a macro environment. But generally speaking, if you try to time this market around individual things that are happening in DC, it's very difficult and usually is an opportunity to lose more money than you make.
I want to thank our panel for this discussion. We have Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman, as well as Ed Mills, Raymond James, Washington policy analyst, for joining us today. Now, shortly after taking the oath of office, President Biden had tweeted out that there was no time to waste when it came time to tackling this crisis. So let's talk a little bit more about some of those policy priorities going forward. I want to bring in our next panel. We have Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith and Yahoo News senior political correspondent John Ward here with us now. So Jess, I want to go to you first about those top priorities for President Biden over the course of the next 100 days and also 4 years.
Yeah, well, let's just start with today. President Biden is going to sign 17 executive actions today. We're expecting him to start signing those at 5:15 this evening. He's going to start with some actions that are aimed at tackling the pandemic and easing the economic pain that so many are feeling right now. Also, there are going to be things looking at rolling back policies that President Trump has put in place. So here are some of the specific actions that he's planning on. First, he's going to start asking everyone to wear masks for 100 days. He's launching this 100 days of masking challenge. He's also mandating masks on federal property and on interstate travel. He's going to extend the pause on student loan payments, and he'll extend restrictions on evictions. He's also going to create a position of the COVID-19 response coordinator, a person who reports directly to him, who is going to be in charge of the response when it comes to directing PPE, vaccines, testing, getting those out to everyone who needs them. He's also going to do some other things that he promised long ago, before the pandemic was even on our radar, which was reversing the travel ban to Muslim-majority countries, rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, and he says he's going to take action to roll back some of the environmental provisions that President Trump put in place. And he's hoping to do that to fight climate change. And it's not all executive actions. He's also planning on sending an immigration bill to Congress today. That bill will provide a pathway to citizenship for some estimated 11 million undocumented people in the U.S. His incoming chief of staff did say to expect more executive actions over the next week or so. So we could see more things such as strengthening Buy American provisions. That was something else he mentioned. Tomorrow, we could see more aimed at safely reopening businesses and schools. So he's getting started right now, 5:15 this evening, signing about 17 actions, and then more to come in the next few days.
John, not in the next few days, but in the next few weeks, perhaps, a tax plan that includes raising the corporate tax rate to 28% and possibly raising the highest tax rate to 39.6%, where it had been in the past. What's the likelihood that President Biden's administration can deliver on that?
Well, they have a very narrow majority in the Senate, as everyone knows. And so I think their opening, gambit here is going to be the beginning of a negotiation. They do have the ability to push tax changes through a 51 seat majority in the Senate through budget reconciliation. So if they want to really, expend some political capital on raising tax rates, they can probably do that. But it's going to be part of a larger matrix in determining what else they're trying to accomplish and how much, political capital they do want to use on pushing that through, I would say.
Jessica Smith, Yahoo Finance correspondent, and John Ward, Yahoo News senior political correspondent. Thank you for joining us. We want to also look at another part of the future, and to do that, we're inviting into the stream Malcolm Kenyatta. He is a state representative for the 181st District in the Pennsylvania General Assembly. You might be familiar with him because he was extremely vocal in the opposition to his colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are trying to stop the certification of Joe Biden's election. So let's bring in and welcome Malcolm Kenyatta. And I just have to ask you, when we talked about inviting you to the program, there was unanimity on our staff that you represent, in some ways, the future of the Democratic Party. So a lot of pressure riding on you right now. But what's your overall reaction to what we're witnessing?
You know what? It's, I don't really see it as pressure at all. There are so many people from districts like mine, communities, so many people from communities like mine who are asking a simple question and who want a simple question answered. And I think the president started to lay that out today. He talked about in different terms, but really under the same umbrella of this idea of building back better, of dealing with the pandemic, of getting schools safely reopened, as one of your guests just mentioned, of getting relief immediately to small businesses that make up our main streets and our Elm Streets. And so I think that is the priority for everybody right now, and it should be the priority for our leaders in Washington. In Harrisburg, where I work, there's still divided government. And so unfortunately, the Republican majority in the legislature is still pushing these same lies about the election. But I think the American people are ready to move on, and they're ready now for us to start having conversations about them and about what their families need in this incredibly challenging time.
We've been talking a lot about the future of the Republican Party, but I'm curious to know your thoughts on the future of the Democratic Party. As Adam's saying, you are probably going to be one of the leaders of that party going forward. What do you think the Democratic Party is going to look like over the course of the next 4 years? How does the Democratic Party bring in some of those voters out there that feel as if they are disenfranchised or feel left out in the cold? And should the Democratic Party include some of those voices, like some of those Trump voters, for example?
I think every election, and certainly I think at the core of what the Democratic Party is going to put forward as our question in every single election, is who government works for, who government should work for, and really what should government work on. And I think at the end of the day, government doesn't often work for working people because not enough working people work in government. It's not lost on me that when President Biden was sworn in today, he's one of the first presidents that actually went to a state university for college. He comes from a working town in Scranton, and he understands what working people and working families are really struggling with and dealing with. The former president talked a lot about what he was going to do for working people, but obviously he didn't produce a lot. I think that Joe Biden is somebody who understands what it means to have to work 2 and 3 jobs, what it means to be on the edge of the middle class every single day, worrying about whether or not you're gonna fall over. He understands what folks who are dealing with deep poverty, what they're dealing with. And so the Democratic Party at its core has to be the party for working people, has to be the party that focuses on communities like mine here in North Philly, where folks are working 2 and 3 jobs, where we have not raised the minimum wage beyond $7.25 in 13 years, where you have so many essential workers who are still begging for hazard pay and who are still waiting to get the COVID-19 vaccination, a process that under the previous administration was moving very slowly. And so I think the future of the Democratic Party is all about centering the needs, the concerns of working people and making sure that they are at the core of our policy conversations. Listen, when we lift up working people, we lift up our entire economy. And that is what I think this administration is going to be all about and what the future of the Democratic Party is about, and certainly what I'm going to be talking about.
Also inclusion. I mean, the coalition that Stacey Abrams put together to bring victory in Georgia, I would imagine you would agree cannot be a one-off, that people of color and communities of color, and I heard it said, and I thought it was rather poignant, that for a great many Americans, democracy has really only been about 55, 56 years old. How do you get these people back to the polls in 2 years, in 4 years?
Well, I think it's certainly about our message, which I just talked about in some detail, but it is also about who the messengers are. There's a certain lived experience that comes with being a person of color, comes with being a woman, comes with being LGBTQ. There's a certain experience that you get. And that experience is going to be deeply instrumental, not just from the perspective of, it looks good to have people of color, but from a perspective of policy. It is really, really key when we're talking about how do we deal with the fact that COVID-19 has impacted Black Americans more than anybody else, Brown Americans more broadly. How do we deal with the fact that student loan debt is disproportionately held by Black women? How do we deal with the fact that minimum wage jobs are disproportionately held by Latino women and women of color in general? And so when we talk about diversity, this is not just about having aesthetic differences represented in our elected officials. It is about the lived experience that they bring to the table as we debate and craft policy that hopefully will move our communities forward. There are a lot of people who run for office with a bunch of credentials, and credentials are good, but credentials aren't necessarily experience. The president talked about, folks who are laying in bed at night, looking up at the ceiling, worried about whether or not they're going to be able to keep their job, whether or not they're going to be able to provide for their families. It's that type of experience that we need in government. People who really understand what it looks like when government doesn't work for you. And we have to put forward people who can bring the solutions from the perspective of folks who are most impacted. And so I do think you're going to see more Black candidates running, more women running, more LGBTQ candidates running for office. And again, this is not about tepid tolerance. This is not about diversity for diversity's sake. This is about how we actually craft policy that includes the voices and perspectives and lived experience of everybody at the table. That's how we do things that actually get bipartisan support and actually stand the test of time, that we have all the stakeholders in the room. And for too long, Congress has not looked like a place where all the stakeholders have been in the room. For too long, Congress, over half of them have been millionaires. We have to change that if we're going to actually deal with the issues that people talk about when they're campaigning. If people care about working people, care about working issues, then they need to be encouraging and supporting working people when they step up and run for office. And I think when they do, they're going to win.
That is such an important point that we have been talking about. Representation absolutely matters. And I'm also hopeful, as just that you're saying, that prediction that you've made that we're going to be seeing more Black, female, LGBTQI candidates coming forward in the coming years to run for office. Malcolm Kenyatta, state representative for the 181st District in the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
I want to bring back into the program Yahoo Finance's editor-in-chief, Andy Serwer, for some of our last thoughts here now. And Adam, you were asking me a question a little bit earlier about how I was reacting as a younger person to this inauguration after this very chaotic election that we had. And I want to throw that question back to you and also to you, Andy, about some of your thoughts, your reactions on this day after you've witnessed a couple of inaugurations now, what you're making of this moment.
Kristen, more than a couple, I have to say. But yeah, they're all the same and they're all different. That's what I'll say about inaugurations. Some of them are sort of a continuation, a continuum, if you will. Say, for instance, when we go from Ronald Reagan to George H.W. Bush, some of them are much more of a demarcation, which is to say maybe going from H.W. Bush to Clinton. This one is a huge break, and it's different in terms of politics, but even more importantly, in terms of tone and priorities. I don't know about you guys, but it's only been about 2 hours. And already the world feels pretty different to me. And I'm feeling that on social media and communicating with friends, acquaintances, and people I don't know on different platforms. And, for a majority of Americans, their hope now lies with a 78-year-old man who has been through the ringer personally and professionally. And we look forward to what he hopes to accomplish. The challenges are myriad: the pandemic, the divisiveness, climate change, our relationship with China, income and wealth inequality. But he spoke to those. He spoke about it, and I think he understands the task at hand, which is Herculean. But I should also point out, we are here at Yahoo Finance, that so far the market seems to like it. The market is up nicely since November 3rd, and it's up today as well, you guys.
Kristen, very quickly, the thing that really was moving to me was Kamala Harris and watching her be sworn in. Just we don't get to a moment like this without millions of Americans taking steps that make it possible for a Kamala Harris to be elected. So that was something I think that just resonated. Again, I keep referring to these eyes, which have been open since Richard Nixon was inaugurated. And I think that the arc of history is moving in the right direction. Andy Serwer, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you as always, Kristen. But as we get ready to wrap up our inauguration coverage, let's do a market check, because we are Yahoo Finance. And what we are seeing on Wall Street right now is that the S&P 500 is up 52 points roughly. We've got the Dow is up about 240 points. The NASDAQ is up 251 points. When you look at how the markets are reacting, also taking a look at sectors, communication services up 3.7%. We got the first tweet from President Biden not too long ago. We're also watching consumer discretionary rise. It's up about 2%. The one sector right now that is in negative territory are the financials. Financials are off a little bit more than 0.5%. On behalf of everyone here at Yahoo Finance Live, we appreciate your joining us for the inauguration, but now we get on to the future. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot going on with these markets. We've been talking about the stimulus plans and how that will affect your investments. But to take us through the next hour of all of that, we've got Akiko Fujita and Alexis Christoforous to make sure that you are covered as we have covered you for the last 3 hours. All the best to you.
Morning.
Solomon? You know, Tucker stuff. Yep. Yeah. Guys, can you just clear the camera real quick? You can bring family apart. Okay, yeah. Once they go, can we do that now? Can we come back a little bit? Are we getting yeah, because they're going to be going. No, I'm holding them. We're holding. Guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Oh, we got a jam. All right, let's follow Sterling.
Oh, are we staying with you? Yeah. Wait. I need to get here.
You warm at all?
I'm good. Ready? Lunch.
devices, please set them on silent mode or switch them to the off position. Thank you. Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Program. Mr. Charles R. Alexander, Superintendent, Arlington National Cemetery. Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
step to this podium, please.
Advance the colors!
What? We don't want any of that stuff. She brought that up for him before. All and more issues. Good guys. Got it. Thank you. Oh, work? 4 o'clock. So people will walk out. The party's going to go by. There's a lot of people. Yeah, super spreader then.
Diane? Do you have an N95?
I am right now. Did they switch controller? Okay, that says we need to switch it. We need to switch it. Yes, Jeff? I know nothing about it. Okay, thanks.
Stand by. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President? Feels great. It feels good? Feels good. All righty. Congratulations. Thank you. For your whole career, what is this moment for you as you're about to walk to the West Wing? Give a message to President Trump. Not a fair. Thank you.
So much. Yeah, you got. Can we hold hands, the three of us? Yay, Miss McKinsey. Good. It's your birthday tomorrow too. Paige's birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday, the day ahead. I'm gonna get in trouble. Whoa. Hey guys. Love you.
Love you guys. Love you. Woohoo! Move to the side, please. We're on the President's phone. Cool, can you hold, please? He's gonna turn around.
I see. I'm just trying to get over.
who was sworn in today as our country's first female vice president and our first vice president of color. She was sworn in by our first female Supreme Court justice of color, Associate Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
As we all know, the Summer Olympics that were scheduled in 2020 were moved to later this year due to the pandemic. So, like many of us, those Olympic athletes saw their dreams deferred. But they are resilient and they are continuing to train because their dreams will not be denied. Joining us are three of our Olympic stars, two Summer Olympians, track star Allison Felix and swimmer Katie Ledecky, and a five-time U.S. national figure skating champion and 2018 Winter Olympics medal winner, Nathan Chen.
Like this inaugural, the Olympics is an every 4-year event, an event that connects and unites Americans.
No matter who you are or where you're from.
We are honored to be here today as athletes who are resilient and strong, just like the nation and people we represent.
Let's unite America.
Let's unite America.
From Fort Jackson, South Carolina, we are the 81st Readiness Division.
The South Shore Drill Team and Performing Arts in Illinois, an entertainment group with a focus on education.
Oh man, it is hard to pick my favorite moment from this virtual parade across America, but this next segment has got to be at the top of the list. We call it our Dance Across America. Over 1,600 people from across the country, people of all ages, ethnicities, and cultures, submitted videos of themselves dancing, showing the unbridled enthusiasm and freedom of the American spirit. It perfectly represents the coming together of the American people on this historic day. Created by the legendary director and choreographer Kenny Ortega and featuring dancers from 30 states and 2 U.S. territories, here is Dance Across America. As we've seen throughout today's celebration in communities large and small, the American spirit in all its glory remains alive and well in our people. A hopeful reminder as we commit ourselves to our goal of an America united. Later tonight, our America United celebration will continue, so make sure to watch what promises to be another historic moment in a day full of them. On behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, the Presidential Inaugural Committee, today's performers and participants, thank you for being part of this country's 59th inaugural parade, the Parade Across America.